Okay, no, ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ káàárọ̀ yes sir mo ní àfà.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Deji. That one also kúrò ní báyọ̀ ká.
Come on, Mr. Rich, can you get me? I'm out to play now.
Okay.
Turn on back. Descender. Who be descender? See training we don't do. People in the know which thing. Okay, let's see.
Oi. Oi. Trying different like During the mid facility, I'm talking about mindset. During the big Islam chain, so this big join this big Christian see talking about my mic is the kind of
Hello everybody. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello. Good morning to you all. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. So good morning. So thank you for joining us today. I want to inform you that the data analysis exam for intermediate training has been rescheduled to 11 a.m. instead of the original time, which is 10 a.m. So these changes sorry, hold on. Okay, so these changes are made to allow for a concurrent HR awareness session that is taking place at the moment. So I appreciate you for understanding and making as we make these adjustments. So in the meantime, so feel free to use this time to prepare, review any materials and prepare any questions that you have in mind for the facilitator. And we look forward to seeing you by 11 a.m. Okay, so we already sent a file to your mail. I would like you all to check your mail.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, check your mail for the file. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience.
Okay, so we should. see.
ilé tá a mú yẹn kí ni pé tí wọ́n mú sí àwọn bàṣírí ní bàṣírí àwọn ọ̀dà ẹ̀dààmú ilé tó fèsì ẹ̀ yẹn offset yẹn ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ wà mẹ́rin báyìí wọ́n ní germany máa ń tiwa máa ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní germany wà lọ́wọ́.
Hello. Please, Mr. Sunday, kindly mute your mic. Mr. Sunday, can you hear me? Mr. Sunday Odoayo.
Sorry for that. I'm doing that now.
Trying to read this. Why don't you do that? There's no way I can mute and mute. Yes. I don't update on the phone. I click on why is not going system? It's not going. Oh, why is not things down there? Yeah, I use the browser. It's still. Hey, Max. Yeah. Can't be rich. This one, please. I'm doing for a session. Yeah, just. That in least one that you print, that's not the spot, so you don't have a name. And just like not name they not have a thing. Right? And you should not fit the thing on.
I've been sent to them here for the traffic. I think all that. That I thought I've done all of whatever needed to be done. But the other, I've called all of them again. For they are make sure that it happens. So it didn't happen. Yeah, that's don't
Um, Hello. Hello. Yeah, can you confirm that you can hear me? Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
So,
we can
good
hear
morning,
you.
everyone. I hope you are all doing fine. So, my name is Akinyi Akintoye from HR Learning and Development.
Sit down.
Hello. Yeah, can you mute your mic, please? Okay, so thank you very much. I am thrilled to welcome you all to this data analysis. I am. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
So I'm thrilled to welcome you to this data analysis Excel for intermediate users training. We are starting now, and now and Friday, Monday, yeah, 3-day training. So the training will be a whole day training for these 3 days. So okay, so this training is designed to enhance your it's designed to enhance your analytical capabilities and encourage you in data-driven decision making, which is crucial to our operations here in Federal Electric. So throughout the training, we'll dive deep into intermediate Excel functions, exploring how to effectively analyze and interpret operational data, and you learn to leverage essential tools such as pivot tables, conditional formatting, and lookup functions. So, which is very significantly which is significant in to enhance your efficiency and effectiveness in handling data. So I encourage you all to enhance to engage to engage actively, ask questions, and share your insights. This training is not just about learning, so it is an opportunity to collaborate and grow together as a team. So let's make the most of this week, and I look forward to seeing you all excel in this data analysis skills. Thank you as we get started. So our facilitator for today is Abdul Ghani, Mr. Abdul Ghani. Yeah, I hope you are there, sir.
Yeah, I'm
Mr.
here. Yeah, I'm here. Am I audible enough?
So can you go ahead, sir?
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Am I audible enough? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes. Good morning, Abdulaziz.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I welcome each and every one of us to this session, as we will be trying to explore one of the essential tools when it comes to handling data. In the present age that data drive decision making, so we all know the ability to interpret data, to analyze data is a vital skill across industries. Either you're a field person, either you're an engineer, either in the finance sector or even marketing sector. So the ability to interpret and present your data is actually necessary now. So this is where Excel stands out. It's just not a spreadsheet. It's a versatile data analysis and powerhouse. So you can use it to make simple calculations, to complex modeling, to you creating trend analysis, to create dashboard. It actually offers a rich features. So let me try to share my screen. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, you can.
Okay, okay, good. So we'll be making use of Excel today to perform one or two operations. So, but before we start, we need to understand the prerequisites of this session. So, which is the first is we must be interested. That's the first thing, because if we are not interested, then anything that we'll be saying, we just feel like, oh, I'm not even interested. So even if you're interested, let's be attentive. If you are not interested, you can still join. Maybe along the line, you would be interested. And the second is we must be capital literate. We should be able to um, understand how to operate our computers. We know the little functions, and we must have Excel installed in our system. So that's for the prerequisites. So for the Excel knowledge overview, so it's expected that most of us that will be in this session, one way or the other, we must have a background knowledge of Excel. Am I right? We must have been using Excel one way or the other. We might not be a power user of Excel, but one way or the other, we must have been performing one or two operations using Microsoft Excel. I hope I'm correct. Or do we have any of us that has not been using Microsoft Excel before, so that we can just run through the basics before we now dive into it? Because we don't want to assume that everyone here understands the basics just because it is titled for the intermediate. We might still have some that are already power users, that everything that we'll be saying today, they already understand it. And we will have some that are beginners. So it is expected that one way or the other, you must have been using Excel. So looking at what we have here, so at least for you to say, okay, you want to be using Excel efficiently, if you look at the first three bullets that we have here, you can see for you to be say, yes, I can use Excel very well. You should be able to understand the basic operations. You should be able to make use of your formulas and functions, then followed by the pivot tables, then charts. If you now want to advance to say, okay, I want to advance a little bit, I want to start creating data models, I want to start automating my reports, then you can say, okay, we want to use Power Query, Power Pivots, and the macros. So before we start the practical session, I would want us to have a quick explanation of what Excel actually does. So the basic things Excel does, these are the three things. It holds data, and we use it to make calculations and to perform data analysis. Presently in IE, you'll notice that we use our Excel to hold large data sets. We have the likes of our customer listing, we have the likes of our 5-month vending, transaction listing, status 2 and 4. So we use it to hold data. So that data that we hold, we now want to say we want to perform calculations. We say, oh, how do I know the customers that are vending? How do I know the ones that are not vending? How do I know the turnaround time for me to close out an escalation? Then you can say, we want to perform data analysis to say, oh, you want to clean up your data, you want to sort your data, you want to make decision based on your data. You have a large data set as big as 1 million. but you want to make sense of the data, then that's where you can say, okay, you want to start performing data analysis. So these are the three basic functions of Excel that Excel does. And as an intermediate user, it is expected that we all have a basic understanding of the Excel report. Or do we have anyone that does not understand what is shown on the screen, so that we won't waste time on the preliminaries? Or should we still explain the ribbons? So I want this session to be interactive. I don't want it to be a one-side session. So while throughout the conversation, I need a feedback from us. So do we have anyone that the Excel does not have any of the basic ribbon that is shown on the screen? That's from your home ribbon to the from your home tab, insert tab to the view tab. Do we have anyone that his own Excel version is not like this or does not have any of this? Okay, so I'll take that as a guess that everybody Excel is like this. So for the next is how our understanding our workbooks, how our workbook is, cell, sheets, how we are going to maneuver our workbook and sheets, and how we can.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
I think the
Please,
person
can you
is
mute your mic? Yeah, can you hear me?
mute now.
Okay, so please, can you mute your mic, everyone, in order not to distract the class? Thank you very much. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So how we would navigate within our Excel. So there are different ways we can navigate within our Excel, and the different appearance of our cursors, when we are to use a select, the fill and draw, how we are to run or want to increase the width or height of a cell. So I'm sure we all are familiar with this. So since we are not a beginner, and how our data are aligned. So when you have a text is automatically aligned to the left. And when you have a number is automatically aligned to the right. So let me try to open a new workbook. So let's say I have Godwin. I have Godwin. So Godwin is automatically aligned to the left. And when I say 30 is automatically aligned to the right. Then when I choose true or false, that's a Boolean, they would automatically align to the center. So we should know when we see anything on our Excel workbook, we should know, oh, this is a number, this is a text, or this is a Boolean based on the default settings. Then you can now say, okay, after I'm through with my reports, then we can say, oh, I want you to be aligned to the center, or I want you to be aligned to the left. So that's for our data alignments. And for our basic operators, we'll be making use of the plus, the multiplication sign, the asterisk, that's the shift 8. We'll be making use of it. The greater than or less than or equal to, the ampersand sign, which is the shift 7. We'll be making use of all these characters. So for you to enable these characters, if you are using a laptop, you'll see that on your numbers key, under your function key, you would have two characters and those key. That's your one and some special characters. So if you want to enable those characters, you would need to hold your shift key, then enable those characters. So let's say I want to do, let's say I have 20 here, and I want to carry out the operation, say 30 times 20. So I need the asterisk sign. So I hold on my shift key, then I press my 8. Then, so for you to be able to enable the special characters or your number, you need to hold your shift keys. Then for the function key also, if you look at above your keyboard, you'd have some keys titled F1 down to F12. So if you want to make use of those functions, if it is not automatically enabled on your keyboard, so it means you need to press your FN key. If you look at, you have FN key beside your control key on your keyboard. So beside your space bar, you would have the Alt key, the Windows key, and the FN key. So if you want to make use of the F1 to F12, you would press your FN key before you'd be able to make use of those functions. And when we say a formula that we'll be diving into very soon, if you want to perform an operation in Excel, first is you must type your equal to. As soon as you type equal to, then it means you want to perform an operation. The moment you say, oh, equals to, then two things is either you want to type into the cell or you want to reference a cell. So as soon as you're typing equal to, it means, oh, you want to perform an operation, or I want to input a formula in the cell. So when you want to perform an operation, the first thing is, oh, you type your equal to sign. So I think that's the preliminaries for us. So do we have anyone that does not understand any of this before we move down to the business of the day? So are we all good? Well, someone said my exact version is 2013. So for your version that is 2013, there are some things that you'll be able to do. So if you don't have 2016 and above, you can likewise download the UPS and install that. So do we have anyone that doesn't understand the preliminaries? Okay. So our Zoom, we all understand the preliminaries. And do we all have the practice workbook that we'll be using today?
Yes.
Okay. So based on one or two research, it has been found that we have different classes of Excel users. We have the power users, the advanced, down to the basic or intermediate. While I say, oh, I'm a basic learner, in some cases, some people will say, oh, you're an expert. I'll say, no. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a basic. So a basic person in one what's it called, in one sector might be an expert in another sector. An expert in one sector can be a basic in another sector. But however, there are some basic functions that you need to know, irrespective of the categories that you fall into. So, but for today, that we say, okay, we are intermediates. So we'll be making use of the likes of the SUMIFS, the COUNTIFS, the VLOOKUPs. We have the concatenates, and we'll be making use of some functions that we know will be interfacing on a daily basis while we perform our operation. So if you know, oh, all these functions that we have here, you are good at them, then yes, you're a power user, you're an expert. While we still have some functions that are not even here, that even if you know them, yes, there are some that are totally related to finance, some are totally related to mathematics, but on a business level, say you want to perform business analysis, these are the basic ones that you must understand. So before we start, I hope we are all following this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So we'll be taking us through the concept of cell reference. So when I say cell reference, it means you are trying to reference, you are trying to call out something that is in another cell, or you want to perform an operation in the present cell that you have, but that operation that you are performing is depending on another cell. That's what we mean by cell reference. So it's either you are referencing a cell that is relative, or that is absolute, or that is mixed. So what do we mean by a relative cell reference? So most of the time, let's try to bring out some numbers so that we understand the concept of cell reference. So let's say we have some numbers. So we have some numbers between 20 to, let's say, 50. So let's say we have some numbers. Okay. And I want to reference, let's look for another number here again. Let's reference between 1 to 10. Okay. Good. So let's say I want to perform a multiplication. I want to multiply what I have on my column M, and I want to multiply it by what I have on my column M. So when I come here to say equals this multiplied by this, on my column N, I have referenced what I have in my column L and column M. So it means what I have in my N depends on what I have in L and M. I hope we get that. Do we understand, please? Okay,
Yes,
good.
yes.
Yes,
So
yes,
what I have in my column N depends on what I have in L and M. So N is depending on L and M. So N is referencing what we have on these two cells. However, if you look at what we have, when we try to fill this down, so let's do it like this. When we try to fill this down, it is smart enough to know that, oh, I need to move from my N5 to N6. So when you go to your N6, what is it referencing? It is referencing what you have when your L6 and M6. Nothing is disturbing it, so it is moving freely. So it is moving from N6, N5 to N6 to N7 down to N13. So this type of referencing is called a relative cell reference, because for a relative cell reference, it moves freely from one cell to another. There is nothing disturbing it. you are trying to say, oh, what I've done in the first cell, replicate it down to the last cell. That's for a relative cell reference. Now, for an absolute cell reference, when we say we have absolute cell reference, so let's say I have 5 somewhere here, and I want to multiply what I have here. I want to multiply it by 5. That's what I want to do. Let me try to pin on. Okay, good. So I want to multiply what I have here. I want to multiply it by 5. I want to multiply 473 by 5, 456 by 5. If I do what I did here the other time, then I say equals 473 multiplied by this. I'm saying n5 times 04, and I hit my enter. If I drag this, I fill this down. What you notice is I have 0 for the next cell. So if I try to look at it, why do I have 0? If you look at what this is referencing, it's saying, oh, this person is saying, oh, let me move down by 1 step, which is N6. Then for the next one, let me move down by 1 step. That is from 04 to 05. If you go down to the next cell again to say, oh, what do I have here? It has moved a step again. So it is moving, as you are filling it down, it is moving 1 step down also. But that's not what you want. What you want is, you want this to move across this, but the 5 should remain where it is. The multiplication should be 473 by 5, 456 by 5. So what it means is the 5 needs to remain constant. It needs to maintain this same cell. How do you go about that? Then I say equals my 473, then multiply by my 04. How do I now make this an absolute cell reference? I'm going to press my F4 key. So if you are pressing F4, then you should have a $sign. You have $2 signs, the one before the alphabet and the one before the number. So when you have $2 in between your cell address, then it means that is an absolute cell reference. So when you hit your enter and you fill this down, so what it means now is if you move down to the next cell, it is smart to say, oh, I should move from my N5 to N6, because for the column N, there is no $sign, either before the alphabet or before the number. So for the column N, that one is relative. But for the column O, that is absolute. So when we say absolute cell reference, it means you are trying to lock your cell address on the column and on the rows. Please, I hope we understand this explanation.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, please, can you come again? I'm a bit lost somewhere along the line. Sorry for that.
So the operation we want to do is we want to multiply what we have here. That's the 473 by 5, 456 times 5, down to 407. Everything we have on this column, and we want to multiply it by 5. So if we come here to say equals this multiplied by 5, and we hit our enter, and we drag this down, we fill it down. If you look at the next one that is giving us 0, and you try to look at what is in the cell, you will notice that it has moved from N5 to N6. because it has moved a step down. Now for the next cell, that's for the column O. It has moved from 04 to 05. It is moving a step down. If you go to the next cell again, let's go to the next cell, and you try to put this on edit mode, you can see that as you are moving one step, the next cell is also moving another step. But that is not what we want to do. We want to make sure that everything we have here is multiplied by this 5. That's what we want to do. So how do we go about it? We say, okay, equals this. We want this to move from N5 to N6 to N7. We want that one to be free, no problem. So we are not doing anything on that. Multiplied by, then we select our 5. But we want this 5 to remain where it is. We want every other cell to be multiplied by the 5, no problem. How do we now lock it to say, oh, this 5 must remain the way it is? Then that's when you press your F4 key. If you press your F4 key, then you should have the $2 sign. That's the one before the alphabet and the one before the number. The alphabet is the column and the number is the row. So we are saying we want to lock this cell on the column and want to lock it on the row. So when you hit your enter and fill this down, then if you try to edit any of the results that you have, you'll see that, oh, this one is N6 multiplied by 04. So the 04 is the same across board. Do we understand this?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So for an absolute cell reference, you would always have a dollar sign on both ends. Let's try to call out what we did here. Okay. So your N5 that we have here is a relative cell reference. You can see it's moving from N5 to N6 to N7 down to N13. But the 04 remains the same because we've locked it on both column and on the row. Mr. Defisa, your hand is raised.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. Okay. Just I want to learn what you did to bring out the formula. You said equals to formula something something, and it brought out all the formulas on that. That's my
Okay.
question.
So it's called a formula text. So when you do formula text, then it will bring out the formula that you've done. So it's always good to document your formulas. So let's say you have a report that you're sending out to another stakeholder. So let's say this is not here. Let's say I delete this. This is not here. And you sent a report out to someone. Then maybe the person is now looking at, oh, how did this person get this 2356? The person is afraid to even touch what you've done. The person does not want to tamper with what you've done. So the best is just try to document what you've done. So the moment the person sees this, the person will be like, okay, this person is multiplying what I have on this cell by this cell. So it's part of the good practice when you're trying to send out a report to someone. So try to document your formulas like this. So I hope we understand the concept of relative cell reference and absolute cell reference.
Thank you, sir. It's clear. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So now there's another one, which is the mixed cell reference. So if you take a look at our worksheet, you can see that we have our column, which is the alphabet, and we have our rows, which is a number. Mr. Umba, your hand is raised.
Yes, sorry I joined very late. I'm just seeing this. I wish you can just do a little. If you can repeat what you've just done.
So which of them is it, the documenting the formula or starting all over again?
Just on these, I didn't know how you come about these numbers. This 2, 3, 6, 5, 2, 2, 8, 0. I just came in now, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let's try to do this formula. So we'll be quick about that. So if you look at the ones highlighted green, and we have another one highlighted yellow. So we only try to perform a basic operation. We multiplied what we have here, we multiply it by the 5 that is highlighted yellow. That's just what we did.
Oh.
So if you look at your column R, that we say read formula, what we did is what we have written here on column R. We multiplied our N5, which is a 473. We multiplied it by 04, which is the 5 that is highlighted yellow. Same thing goes to the one on N6, down to our N13. I hope you get that.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. If you look at the N5, N6, down to the N13, you will notice that there is no $ in between. It is N5, N6, N7. There is no $. That is a relative cell reference. If you look at the 04 that we have, you can see a $ in between. That is an absolute cell reference. Do we get that?
Absolute cell reference.
Okay, good. Now, the last type of cell reference is the mixed cell reference. So, you know, we have our column, which is the alphabet, and we have our rows, which is a number. So in some cases, where you say you want to perform an operation and you want it to maintain the row, you want to lock the row that, oh, I want you to maintain this row, but I want you to move from one column to the other column, but you must maintain the row. So what I mean is, let's say we are on column L now. This is L. Okay, let's try to call out some numbers. So let's say we have some numbers. So let's try to call out some numbers. Okay. So we have some numbers here, and I want to reference the numbers that are on L to M to N down to P. I want to reference this number somewhere. And I don't want, let's say we have another set of numbers like this. Control C. Let's put them here like this. So I only want to reference this number here. I don't need these numbers that are here. It is the ones highlighted
Then I say, okay, equals this. If I did not lock the cell, it means it is a relative. So it means if I drag this to the right, it is smart enough to know that, oh, I'm moving from my L22 to M22 to N down to O. If I fill it down, if I come down like this, it is smart enough to say, oh, this person wants me to move from L22 to L23 to L24. But that's not what we want. We only want to reference what we have here. So even if I drag it down, I should not be able to call out what I have here. So how do we do that? So let's say I say equals what I have here, and I want to lock it on my row. So I press my function key, function F4. I would have the $2 sign. I'll press the function again, function F4. Then I'll have the dollar sign behind the number. So I'm saying I'm locking it on the number. So it should maintain that row, but my alphabet, which is a column, is free. So when you press enter and you drag it to the right, you should be able to have your number. But if I fill this down, you can see that I'm having the same number. Because why I said is, no, I want you to maintain what I have on my, what's it called? On my row 16. I have locked it on my row 16. But I say, oh, you are free. You can move from L to M to N to P. That's why when we drag it to the right, we have the values that we have here. But when you fill it down, when you drag it down, you are still having the same value. That's because we say, oh, we have locked it on our row. If you want to, so this is, you lock, let's say you lock your row. You lock your row and you free your column. So you lock the row, then you free the column. That's for this.
Sorry,
Let me-
Mr. Abdulaziz. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so please, Mr. Davis Tayo is raising up
Okay.
is done. Please, you can try and attend to him.
Okay. Mr. Adib,
Sorry, is the initial raising of hand? I've been trying to lower it. It's not lowering. I don't know.
okay.
It's the former one.
Right, sir. Okay, so you can go ahead, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. So for this, when you lock the row, it means it must maintain that same row, but you free the column. You are saying it can move from one column to the other column. And when you drag it down across those columns, that's why you can see we have 72 down to 28 here. But when you drag it down, you are saying, oh, move from L22 to L23 down to L25. So we are still having the same number because we have logged it on the row. Now let's go the reverse way, that we want to free the row and I want to lock the column. So let's say we say equals what we have here. And we want to free the row. We want to lock the column. So when you press your function F4, you'd have the $2 sign locking both the alphabet and the number. You press it again. This one, you are locking the row and you are freeing the column. But that's not what we want to do. We want to free the row and want to lock the column. So you press your function F4 again. So in this case, we have locked the column and we have freed the row. So when I hit enter, if you drag this to the right, you want it to go from L to M to N. If you drag it to the right like this, you can see that we have the same number. But when you drag it down, then you should have. So in this scenario, we are saying, oh, I want you to move from my, what's it called? I want you to move from L16 to L17 to L18. You must maintain the column, that's L, but you can move from one row to another row. But if I want you to go to another column, you won't be able to go. So this is what we call the mixed cell reference. When you are trying to lock one row and free another row, that is what we call the mixed cell reference. So please, do we understand? Madam Ifeoma, your hand is raised.
Yes, please. I just want to ask that you should please be a bit slow in the explanation of the formulas, because we are like me, I'm also trying to practice immediately what you are teaching. So along the line, I get lost, especially in this locking of row and locking of column. If you can be a bit slower so that we can follow through.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mom. Okay. So I'll try as much as possible to be slow in such a way that, okay, everybody would be able to catch up. And the recordings also would be shared with us after the session. So let's try to continue. So now, if you look at the little notes that we have, I hope we all have the practice workbook.
Yes. No.
Okay. Yes. I hope we all have the.
You, that I said.
No, we don't all have it too.
Huh?
No. L&D shared it. I received that mail. They shared the mail. So please, you should have this practice workbook, please. So you would have a little that person should mute, please. Okay, thank you. So you'd have a little note. So for the relative cell reference, you don't have any dollar sign. So it means as you drag down either to the right or horizontally, it would recognize that, oh, I need to move from one column to another column, move from one row to another row. That is for the relative cell reference. If it is the absolute cell reference, it means, oh, I am locking you on both column and row. I want you to maintain that same cell. Or if it is mixed cell reference, it means I'm saying, oh, I want to lock my row, free my column, or lock my column, free my row. I hope we understand that. And how do you lock it? That's when you press your F4 key. That's your function F4. If your function is not, if your function keys are not enabled, so you can press your FN key, then you press your function key. Please, do we get that?
Yes.
Okay. So if we do not understand this concept of cell reference, I would advise we ask the questions now, because this concept would be used in the nearest future. Any operation you want to perform, you would always need the concept of cell reference to say, oh, I want you to maintain the same range. If I drag down, I don't want this one to drag down. Or if I drag to the right, or I want you to move from this to this right, but maintain this row. So please, this, someone says, I tried it, but the values keep changing. So Mr. Mba, your hand is raised.
I didn't get where you said we should press the, is it F key to access
Okay.
the whatever?
Okay.
I didn't.
So are you making use of laptop? Or you are making use of a desktop?
No, laptop.
Okay, good. If you look at your laptop, the first set of keys that you have above, you'll see the ESC, that's the escape key.
Yes.
And you have your F1 down to F12.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Those are the function keys. If you want to make use of those function keys in some cases, sometimes when you just press F4 or you press F9, it might not give you what you want to do. How would you now be able to make use of them? If you look at the last key, the last keys that you have on your keyboard, you have the control key. Is that right?
Okay, at the left.
Yes, at the bottom.
At the left side. Yes,
Yes,
at
at
the
the
bottom.
left,
Yes,
yes.
control key.
You have the control key.
Yes.
And you have the FN key.
F9. Yes.
Then you have the Windows key, then the Alt key.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. If you want to make use of those F1 to F12 key, you will need to press that FN that is beside your control. Then you will now press any of the. So
okay, any of the.
Yes. Do you understand now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. So do we all understand now? Mr. Abel Alex, your hand is raised.
Thank you.
So do we have any question?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Okay,
I have a question.
Yeah, send the letter to the beat.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, a situation whereby you want to calculate across sheet. Which is the best to use? Is it absolute or mix?
Thank you. So we'll still get there. So it depends on the operation that you want to perform. So there are some operations that what you will need is, oh, I want you to maintain the same range. As soon as I drag down, I don't want you to move a step down. I just want you to maintain the same range. So in that scenario, you will use the absolute. So let's say, for example, you want to use okay, let me just quickly try one step here now. Let's say I have 31 here. Let's call this Christian. Let's call this Christian, and let's call this ID. So let's say I have an ID and I want to return the relative Christian. Now, so I have 45, I have 21. These are my IDs, no problem. And I want to use, let's say, a VLOOKUP to return the Christian for these IDs. So when I say, okay, I'm looking up this 31, I'm looking it up from here down to here. Take a closer look. Then I say comma. Then I say I want to return the Christian. Then I hit my enter. I want to return, okay, good. As soon as I drag down, if you go to the next cell and press your F2, look at our table range. You can see that it has moved a step down. If you go to the next one, that's the third one, and I press F2, you can see that these tables, this range that we've selected, it keeps going down. So let's now say what we are trying to look for is now above. It means we won't see it. So in this scenario now, I can say, oh, I want to do my lookup, but I want you to maintain this same range. Then I can say, oh, function F4, lock that range for me. Any operation that I want to do within this range, it must maintain this same range. So if I drag this down and I come here and I try to put on edit mode, you can see it is still maintaining the same range. Do we get that? So it depends on the type of operation you want to perform that will determine, okay, do I need to lock my row, free my column, or lock my column, free my row? Do we get that?
Yes.
Okay. So I hope we all understand the concept of cell reference now. So we'll be moving to the types of formulas. So when you make use of your Excel and you try to run some formulas, you will notice that some formulas will only return one value for you. Some will return an array of numbers, and some will copy down your formulas for you. They are different and they have where they are useful, where they have their downsides. So the basic ones that, well, the one we use most often is the scalar type of formula, the single input, single output, where you just run one formula, then it gives you one output. Then you now drag down to do the others. That's, we have the single input, single output, and we have the array. So when I say array, so let's say I have let's call out some numbers. Let's say I have 20 to 50K, and I want to multiply it by 9. I can just say equals, I will highlight all these numbers that I want to multiply. Then I say multiply by my 9. Then I hit enter. You can see that it gave me an array of number. It did the what's it called for me? It gave me the output for all these. So we have an array formulas. There are some functions also that are their argument or the syntax that they require is an array of numbers. So we have arrays. Then when we have Excel tables also, when you make use of Excel table, when you input a formula in the Excel table, that's the Excel recognized table, not the one that you just try to put border. Any formula that you try to put in the first cell, it would replicate it down for others. So that's for Excel table. So let's try to work on something here so that we understand what I'm trying to say. So we have something like this. So let's say we now say, okay, we want to, let's say, calculate the tax for each sales amount, then add. First is we want to know the tax amount, and the last is we want to add. So what someone would do is to say equals these multiplied by these are tax rates, then enter. If I fill this down, can someone tell me where we have error? Why do we have 0? Why do we have value? Why do we have 159?
Do not reference it now.
It's not referencing where?
At the that it is locked.
The what? Okay, it's not referencing the tax rate. Okay. So if I hit my F2, you can see that it has moved from this cell to another cell. So that's why I said we need to understand the concept of the cell reference. So now let's delete this and say, okay, equals this, then multiply by the tax rate. Then we want to make sure it is only the tax rate that you are multiplying it with. Then we hit enter. Then if you now fill this down, then you should have your answer. But if you look at this, this is a single input, single output, because what we have just done is what we did for this, we replicate the same thing for this, for this. Then the next thing is what we should add. So that we are saying, okay, we can now sum. We can say equal sum. And they say we should sum this. I hope we understand this.
Mr. Abdugani.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
So another thing is, I don't think, did I put it here? Okay. It is always a good practice when you are dealing with anything related to revenue that you know would have many decimal points. It is always good to round them up when you know, oh, you'd have decimal points, maybe some pennies at the back. It's always advisable you round up. So when I say round up, let's try to so let's say I have
Abdugani.
yes, I'm sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
so I'd like to suggest take a 10 minutes break. So that could find the like you can find the convenient stopping points, so we can stretch and feel refreshed. So thank you very much.
Okay. So class, we'll be going for a break in the next 6 minutes. So by 12:10, we would go for a 10 minutes break. So we only have 5 minutes to quickly discuss what I want to discuss now. So when I say round, I know some, okay, let's say I have three 3.789, and I have another 3.789 here. 3.789. Okay. Let me round this. Round to 2. Okay. And let me round this also to 2. Okay. And I multiply this by 2. I multiply this also by 2 equals this multiplied by 2. So class, why do we have different answers? Since we're having 3.79, 3.79. So class, I need someone to tell us why we have different answers.
Okay, the first one, you did not round it up using formula. The first, that's 3.79. You didn't round it up using the formula, while the second one you did. So the first one, why you multiplied by 2, it's going to give you the answer without rounding it up. But because you've added formula to this, to the second one, the one on V19, when it's giving you the answer, it's going to round up the figure also.
Okay. You are 90% correct, but there's one thing you are actually not hitting on the head. Someone says we have different answers because we have different decimal places for each cell. Okay. So she's actually correct. But looking at what we have here, visually, what you can see is 3.79. What you can see here also is also 3.79. But the original number here, let me use this back to auto. Okay. So this is 3.789, and this is Control Shift Z. Okay, good. This is 3.789, 3.789. You can format any data based on how you want to see it, but that doesn't disturb the original data that you've imputed. So if I change the decimal point here to 2 decimal places, that doesn't mean I have actually rounded it up. It is still the same thing as 3.789. But for the other one, that is 3.79, I have actually rounded it up. That's why when we multiply it, we are having 2 different answers. So thank you very much, Mrs. I think it's Mrs. Ruche.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go for a 10 minutes a break so that by the time we are back, we'll be fully energized. So let's go for a 10 minutes break.
Get it.
Hello, everyone. Please kindly confirm you can hear me. Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your break, and let's resume our training now. Mr. Bigani, are you there, sir? Mr. Bugani. Mr. Bugani. Mr. Abigani. Can you confirm you can hear me, sir?
Are we back?
Yes, sir, we're back.
Okay. So where did we stop? That's the benefit of rounding our pennies up. Okay, good. So we are the types of formula. So we made mention of the single input, single output, where what you've input, you just have one output. Then you can now replicate it down for the other ones. So most of the time, this is what we do. It has its own advantage. So it's always good we use this when we know you are sending solutions to someone, just so you have finalized the report, then you just send it to the person. But for the dynamic spilled array, so you don't need to say you want to fix anything, you want to lock or do anything for the dynamic spilled array. So I can just come here to say, I highlight all these, then I multiply it by the tax, then I hit enter. Then I should have my answer, should have my output for every other cells. So if your version of Excel can't do this, then it means you need to have an Excel of 2021 upward, 2021, 365, before you'll be able to do this. If you know, or you can't get the Excel 2021, the quickest one is you can use WPS. So it would also perform the same thing for you. Then you can now sum this. So if you look at now that we are trying to sum, you'll notice something. You are seeing hash. That hash means you are trying to work on an array, a spilled array. The moment you see that hash, it means, okay, you're trying to perform an operation, but that's what you're referencing is an array. So we hit our enter. So that's another type of how you can handle your formulas. Then the next one is a table. If you look at what we have been working on, they are not tables. But when you select this third one, this is an Excel recognized table. So let me copy out this, so we have here, and let's paste it. Let's paste it somewhere here. Okay. So if you say you give this border, this is fine, it's in a tabular form, but this is not an Excel recognized table. You have just typed in your data and you've just given it a border. But if you want to make it an Excel recognized table, then you need to format it as a table. How do you format it? On your home tab, then you see format as a table. That's the one. If you don't want to use that, you can click on your insert, then you see table. That's the second one. Or you use the shortcut Control T to make it a table, Control T. Then you have an option. Does your table has headers? Then you check that, then you say, okay. Then this is a table. The first one is not a table. Then the second one is an Excel recognized table. You'll notice when I'm within the Excel table, I have another ribbon here coming out, showing me table design.
I've been trying to call you now. Your number was not going through. Hello?
Madam Ruth, your hand is raised.
Yes. Can you please go back to that the previous type of formula sheet? I was trying to, yes. This on your formula, this thing, the F5, you did not put the $sign, but when I tried doing mine using that E8 to E12, it was not giving me the it was showing error at some points because it's not actually referencing that particular cell alone from my own end here. So I don't know until I put that $sign, that's when it's going to reference down. Why is that?
Look at what I did. I said equals to, then I highlight the range of cells. That's the second one. Then multiplied by
Please, we're not
my
seeing
tax
what you're
rate.
doing. We're
Then
not seeing it.
Who else can see my screen, please? Madam Ruth, can you see my screen?
I can see your screen.
Okay. Who else can see my screen, please?
Yes, you can see your screen.
I can see your screen. I can see your screen.
I can see your screen.
Thank you very much, everyone. So the person that is not seeing the screen, please try to check your network. Maybe there is a network lag from your end. So let me escape and start all over again. So equals, Madam Rose, just take a closer look. Equals, and I highlight this that I want to, that's the sales, then multiplied by my tax rate. That's all. Then I hit enter. Can you see it? So if yours is not spelling the result for you, then it means the version of Excel that you're using is 2019 downward. Are you with me?
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
So
Okay, yes.
come to file, go to your accounts, then you should see the version somewhere here, either 2016, 2019, or anything. You should be able to see it there. So now we want to total these, then the shortcut for you to total is Alt equal to. When you press your Alt key, then equal to, that's the shortcut for your sum. And when you are seeing this hash sign, it means you are trying to work on an array. Then we total this. Now for an Excel table, you still need to fix what you want to do. But what Excel table does is anything you do, it's going to copy it down for you without you dragging it down. So I say equals this. Now, if you look at the Excel table, it is not referencing the cell address. It is not referencing H8. It is now referencing the column name, which is sales, because this is an Excel recognized table multiplied by what we have here. Then we can fix this. Then as soon as I press enter, it's going to solve it down for me. Do we understand this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we are dealing with money, as I said the other time, that if you look at this now, this has many decimal points here. We can say, okay, now let's try to round this up. I can now put round before my operation. I can say, okay, try to round what I have here, try to round it up to 2 decimal places, then enter. You can see as soon as I press enter, it is doing it, it is replicating it down to the other cells. Then I can now come here to say, oh, I want the sum. Then it's going to do the sum for us. So for your dynamic
Please,
spilled
sorry, can
array.
you go back a little, please? Just go back to that rounding up from the distance, please.
Okay. Let's come here. Where's our worksheet? Okay, good. So can you see now? Okay, what's our tax rate? So tax rates. Okay, Control C. Aha. So let's paste our tax rate here. So delete. So this is an Excel recognized table. We are saying we want to multiply this by our tax rate. Then we'll fix it. As I press enter, then I have my answer here. But I want to round this up. If let me try to, let's say, tax amount 2. Aha. So let's do the same thing. What we did here, let's multiply it by this. Good. Aha. Now we will try to round one up, then we will not round another one up. So this one, let's just format this one. We will say, okay, I want to see you in 2 decimal places. Good. But for this other one, I want to round it up. How do I round it up? I want to wrap it up with my round function. Then I come before the formula and say, okay, equals round. This is my round. The first argument is the number. We have already given it a number, which is a sales multiplied by the tax amount. Then we say comma. Then we say help us round it up to 2 digits. Then enter. Good. Now, if we say we have 2 here, and we want to multiply tax 1 and tax 2 by 2, let's see. Check 1. Check 1 and check 2. Good. So we say equals, we want to multiply tax amount 1 by these 2. So enter. Look at what we have. Then the second one again, we want to multiply the one we rounded up. We want to multiply it by these 2. Again, enter. You can see that we have different answers. Do we understand now what I'm looking for?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So that's for the Excel table. So you use Excel table when you know that anytime you have a new record, because Excel will automatically recognize that, oh, you have a new record. So let's say for this, someone just come down here to say, oh, we now have another sale. The sale is 100. As you hit enter, the table recognizes that, oh, there's a new data. As soon as you type something, the table recognizes it. If it is towards the column to say, oh, RUTH, it recognizes that, oh, we have a new data. That's the beauty part of you using Excel table. Here also, we want to see how our table also works. We want to sum what we have here on our tax amounts. We say sum. Then I move here and I select this. You can see I only have one answer. That's an aggregate function that we've just used. We've just used sum and we are having only one answer. I hope we understand that. we can also decide that, oh, the operations that we've done here, first we multiplied this by our tax rates, then we decided to add. All these two operations, we can decide that, oh, we want to have it in just one formula. One formula should just do that for us. So we can just say equals, I say this multiplied by tax rates. If I hit enter, I'm going to have an array of value. I'll now say, oh, this set of arrays, I want to sum them. I can now wrap that up with my sum. I can now say, oh, I want to sum what I have in this. Then I can now have one answer. Do we get that? Do we understand?
No.
Okay. So what we did here is the same thing as what we want to do for just writing only one formula. So look at what we did here. The first thing is what? We did what? We multiplied this by this. That's the first step, Shay. That's we multiplied all these, multiplied by our tax rates. That's the first thing. Then the second thing we did was we tried to add it up. The two things that we've just mentioned now, we want to just use one formula to do these two operations. So we just have one formula that will do it for us. That's what we want to do. So we say, okay, no problem. I'm saying equals what I have here multiplied by my tax rates. I know I'm going to have an answer. There's something, okay, let's bring this out. I know I'm going to have an answer. Good. Look at the answer. What all this that I have here, I want to round them up. I can say, okay, let me round this up. I'm rounding everything here. I'm rounding it up to 2 digits. You can see everything has been rounded up to 2 digits. Now, all these numbers, I want to add them together. I can now say, oh, this set of array, help me add them together. Then enter. Then you cannot have one answer. Do you understand that? That's we've aggregated an array. So do we understand that, please?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the next that we'll be doing today is the if. So just like the statement is, we say if. So what does an if statement means? So it's a logical statement that allows you to specify what you want to do if it is true. If it is true, what do you want me to do? If it is false, what do you want me to do? That is just if for you. So you give it a test to say, oh, if this boy's age is 5, tell me underage. Otherwise, say adult. So you are the one that would give it a test to say, oh, if this guy's age is 18, say adult. If not, say teenager. Do we get that explanation? So it will compare something for you. If that value is true, you will now recommend, oh, if it is true, do this for me. If it is not true, this is what I want you to do. That is if statement for you. In anything you do, one way or the other, you would always want to write an if statement. So we have a data set here. And we have been told that, okay, if our energy is less than average, then tell us high loss. If not, tell us low loss. That's just the statement that we want to write. If our energy recovered is less than average, tell us high loss. If not, tell us low loss. So how do we go about this? So first is we need to know the average. Shay, we say equals average. So what do we want to average? Then we highlight the numbers that we want to average. Then we hit enter. Good. So we already have our average. Now we would reference what we have here. So we want to write our if statement. We are told that equals if the first syntax is what? Logical test. What is our logical test? If our energy recovered is lower than average. So that's the first thing we need to do. We will say if this energy recovered, if it is less than my average. Remember, you know that you are going to fill this down and it is still the same average that you use across board. So remember to lock it on both row and column. So we are pressing our function F4. So that is done. So if our energy recovered is less than average, what are we told to do? We are told to write high loss. So we write high loss. Comma. If it is false, what are we told to do? We should write low loss. So here we write low loss. That's all. Then you close your parentheses. Then you can now fill this down. Do we have any question before we move further here? Do we have any question, please? Okay, so I'll assume we understand this. So another person might also decide that, oh, I don't want to have my average separate somewhere. I want to have my average within my formula. I can also decide to say, okay, equals if. Then I'll say if my energy recovered is less than, then I can bring out the average function to say if it is less than the average of all the numbers here. Yeah, remember to fix it, please. Function F4. Good. If it is less than the average, I want you to say high loss. Otherwise, I want you to say low loss. Then we can now fill this down. So please, we understand this.
No, please, can you come again?
Okay. So first, you need to understand. Let me delete this. So if you look at if, look at the syntax for if. It's boldly written here. The first syntax is what, ma'am? Logical test. So it means you are going to give it something that it will test for you. So if that thing is true, you'll be the one to specify, oh, the value, if true, this is what I want you to do for me. The next is, if the value is false, this is what I want you to do for me. Now, our goal is we have been given something that, oh, if our energy recovered is less than the average, we should say high loss. If it is less than average, we should say high loss. If not, we should say low loss. Do we understand the goal?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, first is we decided that, oh, we want to know the average. Then we decided to calculate our average using the average function. Then we highlighted our energy recovered. Then, so we already have our average. So if for this DT now, DT Abaniconda, if the energy recovered, if this 36,000, if it is less than this 55,000, type high loss. If not, type low loss. That's what we want to do. So we will use an if statement to check it for us. We will now tell if, help me check if this man, 36,000, if it is less than the 55,000 that I have here. Help me check it, comma. If it is less than that 55,000, I want you to write high loss for me. If it is not less than 55,000, I want you to write low loss for me. Low loss. That's what I want you to do for me. And you hit your enter. So now this is giving us high loss because what? Because of what? Because this 36,000 is less than the 55,000. This 55,400 is giving us low loss because it is higher than 55,175. Do we get that logic?
Yes.
Yes.
So now, another person might decide that, oh, I don't want to have my average calculated somewhere. I want it to remain within that same formula. It should remain there. I don't want to have it written somewhere. Then you can say, oh, equals if. If my this 36,000, if it is less than, you know you have an average function, then you can call out the average, then you select those numbers and you fix it. Then you hit your comma. So if my C12 is less than the average of this set of numbers that I have here, I want you to say I loss. If not, I want you to say low loss. Then I close my parentheses. Then you can now fill this down. So do we understand?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we're moving a bit further now. Please, if we don't understand this, I would advise we ask so that we won't be having issues for the second one. Okay, so I'll assume that.
Please come again
Whereas,
with the second column with the average.
so if you look at what we have here, we delete this and take it all over again. First, do you understand the goal?
Yes, I do.
So what's the goal?
Okay, to know if statements, that's to know if this energy recovered, if it's less than the average, we identify it as high loss, and when it's higher than the average, we identify it as low loss. So once
Good.
this if statement is helping us to I don't know how to put it, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, it's testing for the values that you've given it. Okay, good.
Okay, yes.
So now I'm saying if, then I select the energy recovered. If it is less than average, then I say average. What do I want to average? All these numbers here. Have highlighted them. All these numbers. Have highlighted them. So if my C12 is less than the average of all these numbers, comma, then I want you to say high loss. If not, I want you to say low loss. Then that's all. Do we understand it? Understand it now?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. So now, for the next one, if you look at our goal, now they are not giving us a condition that, oh, if our energy recovered, if it is greater than 30,000 and it is below 42,000, that is when we can call you high loss. Otherwise, low loss. So it means before we can tell you that you are high loss, then you must be greater than 30,000 and you must be below 42,000 before we can say, yes, this person is high loss. So first, let's try to put our values here. Which one is the lowest? We have 30,000 here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. And we'll have the highest here. What's that one? 42, 1, 2, 3. Good. So we want to write an if statement and we would reference these two numbers. Then we start, we say if what's our logical test? If you remember, what we have been given needs to meet two criteria. It must be greater than 30,000 and at the same time, it must be less than 42,000. It must meet these two criteria before we can say this person is high loss. If you did not meet these two criteria, then we can't say you are high loss. How do we now go about that? So there's something we call and there's something we call or. So anytime you want to use and in Excel, you are using and for a logic function that all the criteria must be met. All criteria must be met. But if you are using or, either, or let's say any of the criteria must be met. So if you are using and, all your criteria must be met. If you are using or, any of the criteria must be met. So I tell my boy, you must sweep the floor and wash the plates. So it means it is a must for him to sweep the floor and he must wash the plates. But if I tell him, you can sweep the floor or wash the plates, so it means he can either choose, oh, let me sweep the floor and leave the plates, or let me leave the plate and sweep the floor. But if you are using and, it means all your criteria must be met. So in this case now, we would use and because we have been told that it has to be above 30,000 and it must be below 42,000. We can now come here to say equals if. My first logical test, I'll say, oh, Mr. And, come out. I want to give you a test. Help me try to run this test. Help me check if this man is less than is above, is greater than my 30,000. I've selected my 30,000. Comma. Help me check it again. If it is less than 42,000. Let me check it if it is less than 42,000. Then we are true for the and. And will help us check, oh, is it greater than 30,000? Is it less than 42,000? If it is greater than 30 and less than 42,000, no problem. I want you to say high loss. Otherwise, I want you to say low loss. Then I close my parentheses. Then I fill this down. Do we understand this?
Yes.
Okay, good. Another person might decide that, oh, I don't want to reference this. I don't understand the concept of self-reference. I don't know how to log. The best for me is just to write it within my formula. No problem. You can say if, then you bring in your and. No problem. If this guy is greater than my 30,000, 30, 1, 2, 3, comma, and if this guy is less than my 42,000, I want you to say high loss. Otherwise, I want you to say low loss. So either of the two, you can use any. So if we're actually following, can someone do the next one for us? And let's have our answer for the chat box. Let's see who can try this. So, Madam Ruth, Mr. Agbaje, Mr. Christian. So let's have someone do this for us. Do we have anyone that can do this for us, please?
We are on it. If I get it, I will. When I'm through, I will let you know.
Okay. So I have one response. Someone is working on it. So who again? L&D, if we do not have anyone that will get this, it means give the person to raise his hand and close their eyes the way they do for us in secondary school. So here is what if our revenue, okay. This one is telling us if our revenue is greater than 40,000. Okay, I think our minimum value is 40, 1, 2, 3. Our maximum value is 45,000, 45, 1, 2, 3. Good. I want to write an if statement. Let's see if we have someone that will be able to do this.
Okay, so do you have any questions? We are done with the session for today. Please, if we have any question, you can go ahead and Mr. Bidani is here to answer us. So I'll give us like a minute to think about what can questions that we can give Mr. Dugani. I'll just give us a minute. Okay. Thank you for the for a fantastic first day of our data analysis Excel for intermediate users. So it's a pleasure that I can see the engagement and as we explore the fundamental concepts of this Excel. And today we laid the groundwork for understanding the intermediate functions and tools that we enhance our data analysis skills. So your participation in discussions and hands-on exercises has been invaluable. So as we wrap up today, I encourage you to reflect on what you've learned and how we can apply these skills in your daily work at Sketch Electric. And I would like us to remember that um, okay, on Friday, we will build on this knowledge and dive deeper into advanced functions and practical applications. So please take some time this evening to review the materials and think about any questions that you might have for the next section. So your curiosity is key to maximizing this training experience. Thank you once again for the commitment, and I look forward to seeing you all bright and early on Friday. So thank you very much, Mr. Abdugani. And this will be the end of today's session. So I'll be sharing a survey link in the chat. So I'd like you all to try and fill the survey link before leaving the room. Thank you very much once again. And do have a wonderful day. Yes, we'll put the recording, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Mr. Ganiu, can you check what was sent on the chat box?
Yes. So someone sent a screenshot. So let me open that screenshot. So for the first one, that person is having exceptional. But if you look at it, it has to be a greater than or equal to 45,000 before you can say it's exceptional. So 36,000 can be exceptional. 32,000 can be exceptional. So that person still needs to. So if it is, let's see your good, 40,000, 43,000, okay, good. 39,000 is not exceptional. 55, 45 is not exceptional. So that person still needs to look at that. I think that's Madam Root. Another person said, I have gotten it. So Madam Chika Umelhana. I hope I've not murdered someone's name. So that person is closer, but let me use that to wrap up today. So the statement is equals if what's the first logical test? We are having two, so we need to use wrap it up. The what I have here is greater than 40,000, 40, 1, 2, 3, comma, and if what I have here is less than 45,000, 1, 2, 3. I want you to say good. I want you to say good. Good. And now they are not giving us another one. We have to check another logical test again. If it is now greater than or equal to 45,000, we should say exceptional. So we can now use another if again. We can say, oh, if this man that we have here, if it is now greater than or equal to 45,000, then I want you to say exceptional. I want you to say exceptional. Otherwise, they say the rest should be what? The rest should be poor. I think should have an answer. Okay. So this is good. So 36,000 is poor because it is not greater than 40,000 and it is not less than 45. Just it's not within the range of 45,000 for us to say it is good. So those that are exceptional, are they greater than 45,000? Yes. 55, 45, 100, 146. So do we understand this now? This is called nested if. If inside if. When you have many logical tests that you need to carry out, you are done with the first one, you have another logical test again, use another if. So if inside if is a nested if. So thank you very much, everyone. You have a wonderful day.
Please hold on. So I would like us to please we'll send the Google link next 5 minutes. So I would like us to take our time to fill the Google and the survey. I mean, sorry, the survey. So yeah, before leaving the room. Thank you very much.
When next are we having
it.
when next are we having this class? Friday, Shay.
Okay, so Friday, yeah, at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Amarachi.
Thank you. Please resend the link.
Then please, when can we get the recording for this session so that we can listen to it over the public holiday?
I'm just joining the training that started.
When can we get the record?
Elandi, when are they getting the record? Is it at the end of the entire session or after each class?
Please, we prefer each class so that we can digest it and understand it better.
Okay, so sorry. Concerning the recording, you'll get it at the end of each sessions. So and
That's
the
fine.
Google link, you get it for 5 minutes. Please, I would like us to fill it before leaving the room.
Yeah, well done.
So I've sent it to the chat. You can fill it. So, hello everyone. I'd like to ask if everyone has had a chance to fill out the survey link that I shared in the chat room. So if you haven't done so, please take a moment to fill it. I'm actually, let me check the response. Let me check the system.